Hey, what's up? Popcorn yellow striped smile. be right back. 2 minutes.
YouTube. Here we are back at it again. YouTube. Here we are back at it again. Alright. Matthew McConaughey. How do I get to? I feel like I have to go here, navigate through this cave, and then it pops me up this way. I think that's right. And then it lets you go like around here. But there is this way as well, right? Like you can end up at this altar. That's a sick massive dragon, by the way, here. I wonder what dragon this is. I think the easiest way is going to be in here. But how do I do that? Do I have to... I have to get to this point. Let's do that.
Yo, are you okay? You haven't moved for an hour or so.
Oh damn, I didn't realize that anyone was watching. I was just doing some shit on my phone. Alrighty, so I'll get used to using this Dragon Slayer Great Katana.
You didn't beat Bale last time I watched the stream, so is it today?
Yes, yeah.
My arms, my legs, each like a bloody ruin. Pain. Bale!
He might be hurt.
Bale! Oh, terror incarnate! There is life in me yet! I will soon feast upon your heart! Mark my words! You too shall know fear!
Hooah!
I think he's in just a tiny bit of pain.
Yeah, what's his problem, eh? I don't actually remember what's... Is there something it's a little lift or something like that.
Did you know Bale and Placid Uzak's fighter for title of Dragon Lord?
Yeah, dude, oh man, this is actually so cool. I was going to talk about this. Because I saw a video on, I guess that briefly mentioned, Placid Uzak and Bale, fought it out. Because the video was making a commentary on like why Placid Uzak only has 2 heads and like where did the rest of his heads go, because I guess he had 4 or 5 heads. But if you look closely at Bale, on his like neck there's actually 2 dragon heads that are like biting into the back of his neck, which I guess are Placid Uzak. And also Bale is missing like a few limbs as well, right? Like his, I guess he doesn't have a few legs or something. I don't know. But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool to know that we're basically fighting, nerfed versions of these dragons, and for how difficult they are, it just makes you wonder, like, what if we were to come up against a fully powered, not nerfed dragon? Like, would we even be able to beat them? Like, is it only because these dragons have suffered, these great injuries? Like, is that the only reason that we're actually
I'm pretty sure
able
Bale
to be
wins
strong
Ranger
enough
because during his fight his
to
wings
beat
glow
them.
white like he's powering them up.
Yeah, that's true, hey. And I think we'll have to see when I get up to him, but I think he walks with like a bit of a limp or something, right? I don't remember where this goes. What's up here?
Crazy Placid Uzak still won as he is called Dragon Lord even though he was Supri-attacked.
Oh, sweet. Read this. The very center of the lands between all manners of death lock up here only to be suppressed. Huh? Is there like some additional lore about this place? Some pillar.
Do you think that Bale and Placid Uzak's mad the ancient dragon stones?
I feel like the smithing stones are maybe like remnants of
Like Placid Uzak's somber and Bale regular.
former dragons or something. Like maybe it's like dragon hearts that have like crystallized or something. Curious if this pillar has like a secret underground. I really wish that they would do more of these though, where like there's a lesser known down elevator. They do that in a few of the legacy dungeons, but not enough. The biggest, I don't know if I'd call this regret, but like I guess realization that I've had in life when it comes to like life goals and career. From a very young age, I was, obviously very into video games. Mostly like, role-playing games, very story-based, adventures, and just drawn to like level design. Like I would basically design game levels and stuff, just on paper, like for myself, kind of imagine or make believe that I was like creating video games, even though they were just drawings on paper. Like I'd have different rooms and keys and almost like a Dungeons and Dragons type visual adventure kind of thing. But as a kid, I don't know why I always wanted to be like a game designer or something. Make video games. But I guess I never truly realized that that in and of itself is actually an actual career path that people take. It was always something that I wanted to do and was interested in, and know that I would thrive in it. But I never actually made it my reality.
I get it. Seeing the chance to make more levels to a game you love is a dream to see.
Yeah, I've always just been very interested in, the intention that comes from game design and hiding little, like, one thing that these games do very well is they don't tell you everything, right? Especially in the beginning with the first Dark Souls games. There was a lot of mystery. They didn't tell you how to even get into the DLC. Like, the community had to figure it out, and it's kind of a convoluted process that's the player would just stumble upon if they were to find it organically. Alternatively, what it does is it basically creates this external dialogue and builds a community out of sharing information. And when you do that, when you create this kind of environment where it forces the players to talk to each other, outside the game on different different kind of forums, or these days with Reddit, and, video creation on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and all that kind of stuff. What it does is it effectively breeds, in a way, like organic growth of the game, because it creates exposure. It encourages knowledge sharing by the player base. And yeah, exactly as you say, it's not coddling the player base. So it leaves these things up to the player to either seek out themselves through discovery, which is something that we don't get in games enough anymore. This is one thing I really liked about World of Warcraft, why I played it for so long. I would do a lot of exploring, and I would do wall jumping and stuff like that, and go out of bounds, because I hit a lot of stuff, like areas and just little Easter eggs in places that the player base couldn't typically even get to by conventional means. Figuring out these mysteries, or just piecing these things together, like the slow burn of putting all these clues together, these hints, or these theories even that people think about. I've always just liked that. Linear gameplay is great, and following a story, that's awesome. But I just feel like these days in modern gaming, it's with the markers and arrows and literally hand holding. It's taken so much of the element of discovery out of modern games. I get why they do it. People don't have the attention spans, and they're more likely to get frustrated and just give up when things aren't, making sense or going their way. But yeah, it's really nice that we have games like Elden Ring, where you're kind of just dropped into the world and you're left to explore. It doesn't tell you everything.
It's one of the reasons why this Soul game is so popular. It isn't linear, so you can go and do it later.
Yeah, exactly. And fair enough, you play through the game once or a couple of times, and then you might go into you look up, videos and guides about how to get things and find all the secrets and all that stuff, but it doesn't put it straight in your face where you are forced, to do that. How do I get here? I guess I should have. Let's go back here. Yeah, that's right. I have to go down this other pathway. But yeah, I like all in all. What I'm trying to say is like I guess I had dreams to become a game designer back when I was a kid. But I just never really saw it as like a feasible pathway, which is just it's just kind of stupid when I think about it now because like the gaming industry has only just gotten exponentially bigger. It's it's a more profitable industry than like film, TV, and music combined. When you think about it, it actually does have all of those elements, um, like direction, like art direction, or like story direction. It obviously uses music in much different ways to build environment and ambience, and change the tone of what's happening in the story, or classic example is when you come across a boss, like the music changes and it creates like there's a whole science behind it. It music and like tone design has been used to uh, throw the player off, or make a situation feel more pressureful. A good example of this that I was actually listening to on a podcast yesterday is the music designer for the Super Mario games. Um, his name is Yoshi, like Yoshi something, like Yoshi Fuku or something like that. Um, so he actually went to like uh, Berkeley um, to study music, and one thing that he did in the Super Mario games is using kind of like beat. Um, so like I'm kind of stumbling over my words here, but when you're in like the overworld, not the overworld, but like when you're in just like a normal level of Mario, it's going it's using the same like BPM, beats per minute, um, and so you're kind of running and jumping like on a beat, like on a pattern, right? But when you go underground, the the beat now changes, and what this actually does is it kind of disorients um, and confuses the player, and makes it a bit more stressful, and subconsciously makes it so you're more likely to screw up, fall down a hole, because it'll, let's say, you're in the overworld and it's going dun, 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 dun. And then you go underground and suddenly the music changes to dun, 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 dun. And then this part, like what that does, it doesn't seem like much, but it's actually throwing you off, because if you're running, and you're jumping on beat, you're running, you're jumping over things, you're kind of um, you're following like a pattern almost, right? Um, as soon as you, as soon as that changes, it just throws you off. You don't even realize it, but um, it's kind of unsettling. But yeah, I have, in my adulthood, I have used like RPG Maker and
Paint the
stuff to
world through
create,
activities amazing cause you can see the terrain
some
change and
small
also
projects,
hear
but
it.
I haven't, finished a full game or anything like that yet. I haven't made any like, I haven't released any stuff to the public. Um, but yeah, it's just so silly that like I now think back and like if I, while I was still in high school or whatever, if I really said to myself like, yes, I'm going to become a game designer. I'm going to create assets for video games or become a game like a director or story writer or something like that. At this point in my life, I'd be 10, 15 years
Hollow
into that
Knight was
career.
made by 3 guys, a few prayers and a dream. You can probably do it too.
But as someone that, has realized in my 30s that I have raging ADHD and it's very hard for me to, um, commit to process and, typically just have a very kind of scatterbrain approach to things. Um, I just couldn't set my mind on it. Like I just didn't know what the hell I wanted to do after school, after I graduated high school. So I just started working. I just started, I just got a job and I just kind of, worked from there and bounced from job to job, role to role. Never really settled into that deep of a specified profession, I've only kind of dabbled in game design stuff in my later 20s. Even though, when I was literally 6, 7 years old.
With how I've spoken to you, I never guessed you would ever have ADHD.
Here's an example, right? When I started, I guess, making uh, like a video game, I'm sure there's like a process to this. You do one thing, you finish that thing, you move on to another thing. No, I started like 7 tasks at once, and then I would create more tasks before those are finished. And very quickly it becomes overwhelming because you've started 7 or 8 different things that you haven't finished, and the workload for yourself just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and becomes more overwhelming. And at a certain point, it's like, what am I doing? I'm not organized at all. How do I get here? Is that above ground or underground? I think it's above. I think it's up there. See yeah, like it's funny that you say that. But what I think it is like with ADHD, like you have certain things that you hyperfixate on. And I guess the biggest thing for me is gaming. And although I've played games my whole life, I never really embraced it as a viable career option. Um, I think I still will, but I honestly don't know where to start or like what specifically I would do, because there's obviously so many different types of jobs in the gaming industry. but it's not like I specifically, want to just become like I was interested in multimedia as a kid. Um, like I would dabble in video creation and Photoshop and things like that. Um, I really liked editing photos and making like computer wallpapers and that kind of stuff. All without any kind of training. Like YouTube wasn't even really a thing when I was a kid. That only became a thing in like the mid 2000s. But yeah, like gaming is something that obviously, I can focus on. It's
Listen here and very closely. Most people often enough don't get their dream job. Wait for second comment.
Yeah, you're right. I've done
But it
a
doesn't
wide
mean
range of
all their hard
all
work is
kinds of
for
different
nothing.
jobs. Um, from retail, sales, customer service, done a lot of work in telecommunications and IT support, things like that. Um, right now, I'm quite happy in my job because it's a change of pace and it's very low stress. It's more of a physical job as well, so I'm always keeping me, a bit more fit and healthy. Um, but yeah,
Customer service, you say is that how you got great communication skills?
probably. I mean, I feel like I feel like it's just kind of um, I don't know, like yes, you could say customer service is a trained skill, but I think it's just innate for some people. Some people just have like natural empathy and can put themselves in other people's shoes and understand potentially what frustrations and really listen to issues that are being described. There's also just like uh, I guess like less so these days, but I was a bit of a people pleaser, I would say, which goes hand in hand with customer service. Um, I just like to help and feel useful for the most part. What was that? Is that a smithing stone? I don't know. Yeah, like customer service is just kind of easy for me. Like, but it's crazy like that customer service is it's kind of looked down upon in a way. Um, it's not it's not always given like the credit that it deserves, because it's not the easiest thing for everyone to actually provide good customer service. And what you notice these days is it's very hard to come by. Not to kind of shit on the newer generations, the younger generations or anything, but typically like Gen Z people don't have, like, they're not as socially developed. It makes total sense, when you consider the world that we're living in these days, the conveniences with phones and apps and just technology in general. But like, how many times have you gone into a store or something and it's like it's like, you're dealing with like a 21-year-old or something. It's like, why do I feel like I'm bothering you by simply asking you a question? It's like, are you not getting paid per hour? Like, I get that, we're in a stage of, like, we're in like late stage capitalism.
But I see how it is, but yeah, I agree. Most people I see around my gen, it's pretty socially awkward.
And I don't blame them. Like, they're a product of the environment that, that they're in. Like these days, you like, fuck, I sound like such a boomer. Not that I am a boomer, I'm a millennial. But like, and look, I'll preface this. I hate talking on the phone. I've always just had like phone call anxiety or whatever. But like back in the day, like we didn't even really have text messaging or instant messaging in the way that it is, like, it exists today. Like, if you wanted to, do instant messaging with your friends, you don't pull out, you wouldn't pull out your smartphone. You would have to like log onto the internet, open up MSN Messenger, be online at the same time that your friends are or whatever. Really good things. It's very good things. But the point I'm trying to make is, like, nowadays, like, we're chronically online.
I've stumbled upon.
What's this conversation? Wait, is this another Isaac? Do we have two Isaacs in the chat right now? Isaac City. Yeah, what am I talking about? I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling. I started talking about game design, then I started talking about customer service. But yeah, I think, like, yeah, just a big thing that's wait, seek down. Are you meant to jump off here? No, there's no way. Yeah, like, these days we're chronically online, and it kind of sucks, You have no, like, you're almost expected to respond to people straight away. I kind of hate that. Like, yes, we had text messaging when I was a kid. I got my first cell phone when I was 12 years old, and we could text message. It was a candy bar phone. It was a Nokia 3315. So, you know, if you needed to type a C, you had to press that button 3 times. You know what I mean? There was no swipe texting or bloody. There was no swipe texting, no predictive text, no autocorrect. I guess there was kind of autocorrect. Like, it had a bit of a predictive text. Yeah, I don't know. Like, all I'm trying to say is I would not like to grow up as a kid in today's age. I'm so happy that I grew up when I did, in the 90s. You know, at the peak of, or at the precipice of like game design and you know, with the with Nintendo and Sony, like, bringing out their first consoles and, you know, seeing the crazy evolution of games, you know, just over a short period of time. Like, we had graphics like, you know, pixelated Super Nintendo graphics to the polygon era of like PS1. You know, I think Final Fantasy VII and the original Tomb Raider games and stuff.
I wouldn't be able to hand pre-remastered DS1.
You know, there was a lot of innovation, right? Right. Even more flasks.
Low key twin other Isaac.
Twins. Yeah, to think like Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X. With Final Fantasy X having like almost realistic graphics and coming out less than 10 years after Final Fantasy VII. It's crazy. Actually, I think they're only like 4 years apart or something. Like, to go from polygon era to almost realistic graphics in under 5 years is like just insane. Like, we're just simply not going to have those advances in game filming, film, TV, you know, these different industry, like, these advances are just not going to, like, we've hit a point where there's not much more we can do. But yeah, to be alive and, you know, to play these games as new games as they were coming out, and, you know, playing Final Fantasy VII, like the original one today, like, yes, it's still a good game, but it doesn't slap like it did in 1997. You know what I mean? Like, we can never recreate these experiences. And I'm so happy that, like, Final Fantasy VII has gone through, you know, the remake treatment, because I think they've, like, honestly, I feel like they have done such a good job in bringing, you know, the story to life, giving it, you know, the modern treatment. They've stayed very, you know, true to the original story. even though it's deviating slightly from the original, I think they've done a very good job in staying true to the essence of what makes that game and that story great. Should have popped some faster. The sword really isn't slapping as much as I thought it would have this guy. But yeah, the 90s, if you guys would have been to be alive. We'll never go through those advances again. Like, you can go back and play those games, but to be there as they were coming out new, like, was insane. These Magma-Worm dudes are usually very easy to...
If a headset was linked to your Elden Ring character to you so if you died if you did what would you do?
Well, I mean, like, one thing you're seeing, this is just kind of off topic, but like, you have people playing Elden Ring on like Dance Dance Revolution pads and bloody like treadmills and like, I think that's hilarious. This guy doesn't even have a freaking on-screen health bar. Why is he the hardest one?
Saw a kid playing it in a fucking calculator.
That's hilarious.
Bro, catch some manners before I catch you.
Glad that guy gave me an Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone, because otherwise I would feel like that wasn't worth it.
Oh.
Now... here... Am I truly meant to jump off? Actually, you know what? I'm going to use my level up first. Okay. Honestly, though, another thing that kind of held me back from, wanting to follow my dreams in game design was, obviously back in those days, it was seen as much less of a legitimate career endeavor. So there's a lot of doubt in that realm. Oops. But also, grew up in Australia, and there's not really a big game design or game studio scene down there. I don't even know if there are any major game studios. I mean, I'm sure these days, with obviously things being more online, but I remember near where I lived, there was actually a Konami studio. Um, but it turns out they weren't like a game studio. They weren't in there creating freaking RPGs or anything. They simply existed because Australia has like probably the most gambling machines, like gaming. What would you call that? Gambling gaming machines, like slot machines, like out of everywhere in the world. These things are fucking everywhere. Um, and so Konami are actually one of the major like suppliers, I guess, or developers for gambling machines. And so, yeah, I guess it kind of shattered the illusion. I guess in a little way. You know, whenever I saw that building, it's like, oh, cool. You know, I would think of like the different video games I've played. Developed by Konami, but it turns out they were just basically creating and supporting slot machines. It wasn't about video games at all. Very profitable industry, obviously, and I'm sure like I could have, you know, if I went into game design, I probably could have ended up working in one of those places, but that would have felt like selling my soul, you know, if I had, you know, dreams to create,
Konami is one
you know,
of the best
compelling
game studios in
stories
all
or
of my
whatever,
opinion. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Personally
and then
myself.
end up working in the quote unquote gaming industry and literally building a living developing slot machines that are socially engineered to siphon money off gambling addicts. It's kind of that's the dark side of the reality of like the gaming industry in Australia, especially. But yeah, there's a lot of obviously big big stories, big big franchises under like Konami. Yeah, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And was Suikoden, was that a Konami title? I think it was, right? Yeah, it was. Yeah, so that was the biggest one of the biggest influences in my my early days was actually playing Suikoden 2. I thought that was such an awesome game. Um, I don't have it on PS5, but I did purchase the remastered collection on Switch. But yeah, I played a few of the Suikoden games, which is one of Konami's biggest titles or franchises back in the day. The yeah the appeal of like side stories and deep
Konami does
character
what it does to
development.
survive and stay afloat. If your company you worked at never had a fund from a second source, it
No,
could
dude,
have
that is so
never
true.
ST.
Like, yeah, it's you're 100% on the money. Konami would likely have gone under years and years and years ago if they didn't dabble in these other things. But you know what? That actually prompts a very good point when it comes to modern age games. When you compare modern age games to game development back in like the 90s and early 2000s, these studios would be much more willing to take big risks. These days, not so much. You really have to delve into like indie titles in these smaller studios to find things that are basically not created with profit at the forefront. I mean, just look at Final Fantasy, right? Final Fantasy VII was such a huge success, and it set Square Enix up. Well, I guess I was still SquareSoft back in those days. It set them up for many years, and that's why the next games, Final Fantasy 8, 9, and 10, are seen as some of the greatest games of all time. They were developing like all three of those games like basically at the same time. They had such a insane success with Final Fantasy VII that they were able to have like several different teams creating these different stories, like in tandem, really. But these days, it's like they have to appease the shareholders. They have to be profitable year on year, or really like the business side has really just kind of gutted the gaming industry.
Yo, IGTG now, but guess what? We low-key the same to account one mind, bro.
Wait, so like, okay, you two are different people, right?
But listen, never get discouraged.
Is it actually two Isaacs, or is it just one Isaac? I can't tell. I'm actually so confused. But yeah, dude, I think I'll definitely dabble in game design in some capacity more. I do have to do some soul searching. Maybe I'll do a few courses or something and just kind of like these days I live in North America. I'm living in Canada. And so I guess it's a bit more viable, maybe not in the city that I'm in right now, but the potential for working in a game studio is a bit more real these days than it was when I was a kid.
Do you think is two people or one man or boy, depending on how old you think I am?
Dude, I don't know. You could have just two different devices, but also the comments that the second Isaac said really threw me off, because he's like, "What conversation did I just stumble into?" I'm gonna guess it's two separate people. But yeah, I appreciate the kind words and saying, you know, don't get discouraged and shit like that. Um, yeah, I guess like, you know, just one thing I've really enjoyed in my life
It's
is
what we do, you know.
it's you know, analyzing video games and thinking like, you know, what, like really taking notice of the intention, you know, because nothing in video games is there by accident. Well, okay, I'll say that with an asterisk. Like, yes, sure, that people do have random elements. There's procedurally generated stuff, and yes, sometimes things will be accidentally left in or you know, not intended. But for the most part, like these worlds, these characters, the dialogue, all these things are design choices, and like it's the design choices that can really separate, you know, a good game from a great game. You know, where your eyes are directed to when you come out of an environment, right? Let's just take this scenery for example. Okay, I'll see if I can do my best job in analyzing this. Right, so we obviously, you know, we're in the dragon's pit. Okay, we don't know where we're going. It's like, okay, we'll go down. We're gonna go down this cave. We fought a couple of, you know, we fought the magma worm dude. We fought the dragon man. Okay, where's this going? So we're gonna exit the cave now. It's like, okay, our eyes are drawn to the distance here, right? To that opening. This is like a tunnel. Even though we're in the open world now, this is like tunneling us outwards, and it's forcing the camera upwards. Okay, so it's putting the skyline in frame, and
Hell
straight
yeah,
away we
there's
can
a
see
quote or some she saying
there's
people
red
eat with their eyes
clouds.
before their
There's
mouth.
a danger. There's something going on here, right? What is creating this lightning? You know, as we come out a bit further, we see, holy shit! Like that is a crazy mountaintop. You know, that peak there. It's like, is that where we're going? Do we have to scale this mountain? It looks insurmountable. It doesn't look like there's any possible way we could get up there. The sheer scale of it compared to where we are. Okay, then we're at this point here. We see, okay, there's wildlife. We can see there's a drop off. The what are they called? Furnace demons or whatever? In the distance there. We've seen those things in the past. We know how big they are. That is simply there in the distance to show how high up and how far away we are from the world below. Okay? We obviously can't jump off here. We're going to die. So we are forced back into this direction. And so we obviously have this massive mountain here. And we're left to wonder, wow, is there a way that we're going to get up there? And again, what is with these clouds? Like, is there a storm brewing? You know, what's going on here? As we come over this, you know, cliff face, it's directing the camera downwards. Okay, we're now scaling down this mountain, and what this is doing, it's bringing us closer to these, you know, potential enemies down there. But it's also making this mountain larger in our perspective, right? Now, I'm the type of person that, like, I'll come out of a cave or whatever, and I want to explore every single nook and cranny, you know? If the path is telling me go straight, I'm not going to do that, you know? Even though the director of the game, the level designer, has basically carved out this path right? See, you wouldn't think that this is linear, but it kind of is, the way that it subtly directs you. You know, there is a pathway here. There is an obvious route that the game wants us to take. But in like a game designer brain, I know that there's going to be hidden things. There's going to be stuff that's is left to be found. There's going to be views. There's going to be things that I shouldn't be able to scale that I'm going to try to. Um, you know, I want to look around, and the fact is, none of this was put here by accident.
It's so the brain registers the scenery hitting a certain part of the brain, making a sense of enjoyability my inferior can probably recognize.
Hail, O terror incarnate, again I stand before thee. So here we've obviously, you know, we've encountered, what's the dude's name? The dude that hates Bale. Yeah, we're brought to these different vantage points where it's... See, here's the thing, right? What Elden Ring and the other, like, FromSoft games do, what Miyazaki does so well, and why I truly believe, like, being alive at the same time as Miyazaki, it's like being alive at the same time as, like, Beethoven or, like, Picasso or something, you know what I mean? Like, one of these renowned artists, you know, there's this sense of artistry that this guy, like, he just has a magic power. What these games do, they're very, what's the word? It's not a lot of dialogue, right? It doesn't tell you a lot of stuff. It shows you. So the environment, the enemies you encounter, the NPCs, you know, just the way that the world is built, that is what tells a story. And when you think about it, that's how our own world is built as well. Like, that's how our own world is not designed, but that's how, like,
Watching greatness be born before alongside you is a feat many have accomplished what none truly get.
right? Like, yeah, no, this guy's a genius, you know? It's very much, it's very much the idea of show, don't tell. You can tell a story by, you can tell a story and not have to say a single word. I guess a good kind of, like, example of that in the real world is, I don't know, ancient ruins or pyramids or whatever. Okay, like, we can only wonder how they got there. Like, how did that come to fruition? How, like, what was there before the pyramids? What was the thought process? What led up to the point where some guy was like, we're going to build these massive stone pyramids? Like, we have, you know, decent theories on why they did that, but we don't truly know. We can only ponder. We can only imagine. There's not like you know, there's not like a user guidebook or an explanation telling us this is the exact reason why these things were built. We can only, like, make assumptions or form theories based on the environment itself.
It's the aliens, bro. Bro, there aren't
It's the aliens.
Logic.
Wait, the last message got cut off. I'm just opening up my YouTube just so I can see the comment. The reason I sound so fancy, I guess, as I'm saying this, is I'm just I want to be intentional and careful with my words, and try to, I guess, convey like my interpretation and what my thoughts are.
No, Leroy, I wasn't saying you sound so fancy. You speak
like
a regular person. It's the other guy.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. It's so the brain registers scenery in certain part of the brain, making a sense of enjoyability.
Bro, speaking facts
watching
isn't
fancy.
fancy.
I feel like I missed one of the comments. I'm just going to scroll through. Anyways, yeah, dude. I just think it's like it's just something to be appreciated, and I'm very happy that over time, video games have gotten more and more appreciation. It's a very common it's a very common thing for the older generations to kind of hate gaming and say that it's only destructive or whatever, which is just very closed-minded. To say something like that, like an ultimate statement, like video games are bad, it's like saying all film and TV and music is bad. It's just a different form of media. And when you think about it, they're not very dissimilar. When you compare film to video games, they both have the capacity to do storytelling, to showcase art, music, character development, to create compelling and thoughtful observations, and most importantly to tell to kind of use metaphors as a way of giving lessons. Yeah, man, I feel like I need to smoke some weed so I can just continue on this creative discussion.
It's like games versus movies is like when you don't want to read a book. So
Exactly, it's literally just a different form of media. And the difference is you are there inside the story. You're not just observing it, you're part of it. It's obviously just very close-minded when people are just hating on video games for the sake of it. It's it just doesn't make a lot of sense. But in saying that, you just can't reason with some people. It's just not worth it, man.
consumption of media and the different people who interpret it. Old people read the newspaper, we see it on the internet.
It's like, yeah, and it's just like an incorrect assumption, you know? It's like saying, it's like some boomer or something saying like, oh, video games promote violence. It's like, okay, but what if the person you're talking to is literally just into like cozy farming simulators, you know, or they just play Truck Simulator 2024 or some shit, or they just play card games, you know, or playing, I don't know, dating simulators. Like, what has that got to do with violence? Not all video games are about like shooting people.
Well, I might need 5 pints of Guinness to comprehend this convo. See that I can speak fancy as well.
Oh, dude, speaking of Guinness, I haven't had a Guinness in the longest time. I've been kind of craving one again, but there's actually another dark stout. It's another Irish milk stout. It's dark like Guinness, but in my opinion, it's like way tastier. It's called Kilkenny. That's a place in Ireland, but I remember years ago having a few pints of this stuff, and man, like, you wouldn't think it by looking at it because it's, you know, literally the color of Guinness, if not darker. But dude, that beer is so creamy, it's delicious. It's one of the tastiest like alcoholic beverages I've ever had. But it's very, like, I wouldn't drink it in a can. Like, I probably wouldn't buy Guinness in like cans. I would only want to have it like on tap, draft. Unfortunately, I just haven't seen it anywhere in a while. Like, there's quite a few Irish pubs in Australia, so in some of them they'll have, you know, a lot of them obviously have Guinness on draft, but it's kind of rare to find Kilkenny stout. I'll definitely recommend to check it out. Look up Kilkenny, spelled Kilkenny. If you see it at a pub on draft, trust me, just try it. It's so good.
What is this conversation I've come across?
Dude, that is the phrase of the day. This is just Isaac on a third account right now. He went from talking about game design to different career progression to Irish milk stouts.
Okay, in my defense, I'm still this guy. Bum cheeks over there ain't me.
Yeah, it's been a fun discussion. Here's a question: what are some other game franchises, or just individual games that have been, I guess, the most impactful in your guys' life? What are some works of art that you've played?
Minecraft.
Minecraft, hey? Why? Tell me why. I'm not shitting on Minecraft. I'm just curious.
I
What
would
is it
say
about
Halo 3.
Minecraft that is so compelling? Because I get it. Like I was an adult when Minecraft came out, so um, it didn't strike me as to the level of wonder that kids growing up at the invention of Minecraft would have had. But I do get it. I did grow up, building Lego blocks and having a pretty wild imagination,
Yes. Now, there you will find Baal.
especially as an only
Lewis
child.
and Violent Bow devour. I will grant in the name.
Minecraft has a creative impact on the mind as it can improve moods and help people hit a all-time high in their life.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Yeah, Minecraft. I mean, I would say is definitely up there as one of the most creative process-inducing video games that has ever been
Is that
invented.
what I
The
sound like
amount
most
of
of the time? Don I a straight yapper dog?
that message got cut off. Just gonna read that again. Oh shit! I had a thought. Yeah, Minecraft, right? I think it is absolutely insane what people have built in Minecraft. Specifically using like redstone, right? People have built full computers in Minecraft. They have built emulators that you can play Minecraft on in Minecraft. That is just insane.
I saw Mr. Beast offer 1 million for a guy's 10,000 day Minecraft world and he said no.
If they stopped and the guy offered me a 1v1, I'd go for it, but I didn't want to gang up on that dude. Yeah, some people are very loyal and very connected to their Minecraft creations. I totally get it. I remember back in the day when I first started playing
Bro,
World of
that guy was
Warcraft.
me.
Um, I was like 13 when World of Warcraft came out, and I never thought I would play a MMO, an online multiplayer game with a subscription fee. I thought, well, that's like I played Minecraft. Not Minecraft. I played RuneScape, right, a lot, um, and a lot of like Warcraft 3, and obviously, I grew up playing all the different role-playing games. Um, but dude, when I started playing World of Warcraft, it was over. I almost didn't touch a single other game. I played World of Warcraft for many years, on and off, of course. Um, but the original game, Vanilla, Burning Crusade, the first expansion, and the second
I
Crusade,
just
second
wanna say
expansion,
something to not be left
um,
out.
I played those a lot. But where I'm going with this is, like, I invested a lot of hours into that game, from a like when I was 13, 14, 15, 16. Um, and so the original game, Vanilla, even as a young teen, I was doing 40-man raids. Um, I was sitting in TeamSpeak or Ventrilo with a squeaky voice and, you know, doing these 40-man raids with literally adults. um, and my character got pretty geared. Um, my guild went pretty far. Um, we got into Nax in vanilla. We only killed like one or two bosses. But I remember I was at the internet cafe and I was showing some people my World of Warcraft character, which is a Tauren hunter, and some dude offered me like $600 to buy my account, and I was like, nah, bro. Like it like I valued my character and what I put into it way more than $1,000. This guy could have offered me $2,000, and I probably would have still said no. But yeah, say what you need to say, dude.
I'm Say Chicken. My joke missed the moon, bro.
Oh, I just have to look at this link. What is this?
Also, the other two account are gone BTW.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's just all 100% of this W man's right here, you know.
Lol. Yo, what about this
Have you
dragon?
tried Putrescent Knight?
Yeah, Putrescent Knight was easy in the first playthrough, in my opinion. It didn't take me too many attempts. Bear back 1 sec. I'm gonna go back to this area and go up the mountain. So down this way. No, this is the arena.
Yo, I'm going F, but I'll be RB.
Yeah, cool, man. I'll have to AFK for a
I'll
few
stay
minutes
on
as
stream.
well. But yeah, just let me know when you get back and I'll continue. I won't fight the boss unless there are a few people here watching, so don't worry. You shouldn't miss anything.
No, you can still play. I'm watching. I'm just taking a she. Yo, you there, you've just been watching Is This How You Fall Asleep?